And we're live. Probably. I don't know why I put this on. That's not going to help me determine anything at all. Okay, so we're probably live. Yes, it's been... yeah. Last time I streamed was, I think... Probably should have looked that up. I don't remember the last time we streamed. It's only been a couple days, right? Anyway, I'll tell you what I've been doing in a couple days. Yeah, I don't remember what I was doing last time I streamed, but I've been spending the last several days getting everything ready for the build. I'm taking the game to GDC. It's been announced at this point. I'm showing at the Epic booth at GDC Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, so I need to have a build ready for that. Epic hasn't really told me when I need to submit the build. Like, initially they said it was due February 15th, but I found that out like February 1st, so I said no. And then they said, yeah, all right, early March. So I've got a really undefined date, which could be like now, for as far as I know. I had planned to get the build together by tomorrow, and I think we've got, starting at the beginning of this week, the level guys were not allowed to we're not allowed to make huge changes or anything risky to their levels, and they weren't allowed to add any new levels. They just had to polish what's there. And they've been going through, like, I gave them a giant list of tasks, and throughout the week they've mostly got it all done. I haven't played through everything today. There's a lot of stuff that just got slammed in. Like, this is a bit of a surprise. I don't know. At some point they asked me if anybody plays over here, and I said no. But I think they just... they've been getting creative, which is cool. I dig it. I actually kind of like that. For some reason, they got rid of, like, the Roman hat and replaced it with the top hat. I don't really know why some of these things are happening, but I really do like these guys a lot. They're, so long as they keep crushing it, I don't really care. And so long as they stay on theme. As long as they don't keep putting dinosaurs in the game, because I have to keep deleting them. But yeah, I'm really falling in love with this art team. I think they're great. I've had a good time working with them. We've been doing some back and forth stuff. Let me think here. It's been a lot of working with them. It's been a bit of, my audio guy, Pat, is on vacation, so I haven't worked with him much, but I did have some musical stuff from before that I had to get done, like a backlog. So I went through my backlog of audio bugs. I thought I would like hire an audio person and then not worry about audio anymore, but it turns out that's just not the case. There's been a lot of me needing to still just craft sound effects just for different things, like switching between characters and shit like that, because the sound effects I was getting weren't what I wanted, and the like at all, and it unfortunately like there's just a certain amount of, you just kind of gotta, I'm not good at it communicating and writing, so there's a certain amount of, like, I start doing a thing and then I hand it off, and I hope they take it in the direction that I'm, like, I describe the direction, and we just kind of do a feedback loop. But that's harder to do with audio, because usually I just do it and I'm like, yeah, I want exactly this. Just, I don't know, better. So working with audio has been a little bit harder, but I think I've reached a point where I'm pretty happy with a lot of the sound effects, so that's cool. It's not really a lot of stuff that I can demo. I thought there was a giant thing I had to do, which was working with how the controller controls the camera, and I thought that'd be a huge pain in the ass to figure out, like, the dead zone and how to get that to feel right, but I figured it out, I thought, in like half an hour, and fixed a bunch of bugs, and then I found out there's more bugs, and I fixed those. So that took like about half of a day, sometime earlier this week. And I thought I was done with that for the last several days, but I just got some notes back, so maybe I'm gonna tune that again, perhaps right now. What else is there? I feel like I'm forgetting a lot of big stuff. Oh, of course, all the UI stuff. So, this has been like every day I spend about 2 hours on UI randomly. Like, a big thing has been figuring out the HUD. Like, I did a pass of the HUD, I handed it to Rick to the paint over. When I first gave him a pass, I thought, I don't have what I showed him, but I basically gave him something that was like this but shittier, and then he gave me this, and then I started looking at it and I started implementing it, and I didn't like that the for one thing, I didn't realize this, like, I use a 360 controller, but obviously we won't be demoing with that, so these buttons are all wrong. Like what the controller buttons are. Also, I don't usually play console games, so perhaps this entire idea was wrong. The idea that it would have to, that I could, like, this is how I envisioned the controls being on PC. They would be down here, and you could click them to go undo or redo, right? And this, I got this working pretty quickly because I kind of know what I want to do here, right? But for the actual controller, what I ended up doing in the end after some experimentation is this. I've taken the control buttons. Let me make sure you can actually see that. You can, okay. I've taken the control buttons and I've laid them out kind of like how they would be on a controller. And I'm going to try to just... At first I thought I would want to show what the buttons map to, which is why Rick gave me this back. It's a version of what I thought I would do. But in hindsight, that's a huge pain in the ass, and I don't think we're going to do that. I think I'm going to try to make this work. I gave him another paint over. Maybe I can find it for you. We were determining like where to go from here in a call, and I just sent him that. Like, I just did this in Photoshop while we were talking. I'm like, can you make it look like this, but good? And I think he's going to try to do that. That'll be the final look for the controller. We're going to try to slam that in tomorrow, hopefully. Another thing that happened was loads of bug fixing. I got the, for that other stuff, I had to kind of like create a new button type in Unreal, so that was like a whole thing. For sections, I had to add the ability that the icon can change, and like some stuff so you can set what the icon is per section. What else has happened? I think I've already shown you, hopefully, this. The idea that when you unlock sections, you see, I completely changed this, so you see the actual sections you unlock. I think that's just, it's cleaner. I think it's better to just literally show the section that you unlock, and I had set this to be dynamic so you can show as many as possible, so you can unlock up to 3 sections at a time. I think that gets us up to today. Today was a lot of more meetings and talking about stuff and random bug fixes. We're down to the like fixing very random tight little things as we go, because there's just lots of little edge cases that have spun up. So now I will read the chat. Oh, no one said anything. Okay, cool. That makes this day easy. So that's the update. Now for what happened just an hour ago, a series of things. My monitors are shit, so I have no idea what this actually looks like on a good TV. So my boyfriend has a 4K TV downstairs. I just looked at that, and on the upside, it turns out what I'm doing works really, really well for 4K because, like, there's absolutely no textures, right, in the entire game for the most part. Like, there's 4 textures. The texture of a line being drawn, but other than that, everything is just a solid color, separated by polygons. And it turns out that just kind of up-rises and down-rises really fucking easily. So I'm fine as far as the 4K stuff goes. It looks like that just kind of worked out well. I did have, my boyfriend does play shooters and shit on the console, so he was the one that informed me that the game feels like shit on console, which does not surprise me because I do not ever do that. And I now have a list of notes that I should try to pound through now. Some of them are for the camera, which I think we agree is much better. Some of them are just general, here's the biggest one. The idea that an action can be queued is something that I need to think on. This is a bad character to explain that with. Alright. No, this isn't a great map to well, maybe. Alright. So, right now, if you just mash A, you're gonna lose, how do I put it? In order for the drum to move from this position to this position takes 0.2 seconds, right? And so if you hit A while you're doing that, I just ignore that. And I think the answer here is maybe just don't mash the fucking button like a maniac, but apparently that's a bullshit answer and I need to do something. Like either, my first thought was maybe I cue it, so I always save the next action. So if you're like pounding the button repeatedly, you get, it'll, like there's a queued action that'll execute as soon as one action is done. That's one thing we could do. That's a massive change that scares me. Another thing that was brought up by a friend was to just simply, if somebody mashes the button, speed up the current action as well as queue it. Which I guess either way we need to add the concept of like queuing, the concept of like after this action there's another action that's there. I don't know what to call that. I guess queuing. Yeah, I guess I need that. I mean, I guess I kind of sort of know how to do that. So I guess we're gonna do that. Let's go. That's what we're gonna do. I don't know what's involved yet. I haven't started thinking about it in any real way. Oops, I should probably have this up. Hey, Master Charts, what's up, man? Here we go. All right. This will be on the player controller, not the player pawn. We need to have, so right now there's, so there's times when I disable input. I need to separate disabling input because you're in a cutscene and I want to drop all actions versus disabling input because you're in the middle of an action. So I need to have the, like right now I have the idea of the movement being suppressed, like the movement suppressed. This is basically a fancy bool, so it's an int. So I can suppress it and unsuppress it. How do I explain it? This is a trick when I first started doing stuff like this, the molasses flood, I had a bool that's like, while this bool is active, ignore any inputs, right? And the programmer there, Damian, said never make that a bool, always make it an int, because inevitably we ran into times where I would want to enable and disable things really quickly, and sometimes in order to make sure that something stayed disabled the entire time, you kind of want to daisy chain them. So you disable input, like there's two things disabling input, and you basically add and remove from the stack. So that's why that's an int. It actually works really well. It's simple, but it obviously doesn't work for this, right? Because I need a way to say that I'm ignoring input. I need the concept of like holding input. Like movement isn't suppressed, movement is temporarily suppressed. Shit. That's, maybe that should be an int too. Probably, right? Yeah? No? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe we have the concept of like movement suppressed versus, or maybe we don't even think of it like that. Like maybe we keep it the way it is, but there's certain events, like at the end of a cutscene, we just delete the cue. Because my fear is, like, if I just make it so that we're always storing off an input, then people could be mashing the button during a cutscene, forget about it, and then a cutscene ends, and then the input happens, and that's stupid. And I feel like simply having a queue and then clearing it feels sloppy. I feel like there needs to be a movement suppressed versus movement ignored. Does that make sense? I think that's what I want to do. I'm glad you like it, Master Charts. Master Charts. This is gonna be a focus stream, man. This is not a chill stream. You can have a chill stream. I don't care what you do. I have to get this build done. Yeah, I think I wanted to have 2 ints, right? Yeah, peanut gallery. Alright, let's do that. So, this is a horrifying thing to do right before you make a build. I should have done this ages ago. Is this the right way to do it? Yeah. Who cares? We gotta do something. So we'll call this, let's rename it. Let's add the concept that there's suppressed versus ignored. Let's have on your, there's no undo suppress, there's only undo ignored. There's, for now I'll say there's only camera input ignored. Because I already added, when I was fussing with the camera, I did a lot of stuff. Like, because I did take, like, in aggregate, like, over the course of 2 days, maybe like about 6 hours, and just mess with the camera across the mouse and the controller. And the various things I did are like, before, like now if you flick in a direction, even if you don't cross 45 degrees, it'll assume you want to move in that direction. Fixed a bunch of bugs in general with the controller, made the controller feel better. Made it so that if a camera is currently lerping back to a position, you can mess with it in the middle of a lerp. That was a bit of a thing. So that you can really just kind of never lose any clicks or anything. I made it so that you can't look below the game screen anymore. As soon as you let go, the controller pulls you back, so you at least see some of the game board. So this is a whole thing. And now I have notes on this too, that apparently it needs to be faster on controller. But we'll worry about that later, I think. Because that's easy. We need to tackle the hard one. Polly Dolphin is still here. And Green Lightning. What's up, man? 15 months. I'm no longer ashamed of that. I don't give a shit anymore, Polly Dolphin. Polly Bi Dolphin, excuse me. I didn't mean to assume you're, I don't know. We're done. So, here we go. No, really, we're gonna work today, guys. There's gonna be no hanging out. We'll hang out later. For now, we work, because I need to get this. I will procrastinate. And today I'm actually streaming because I'm scared. And I will take forever to do this unless you people are watching me. So, here we go. Okay. So yeah, we have movement suppressed. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to make a new int. We're going to call it movement ignored. Stupid. Oh, I'm not even using that right now. When movement is suppressed, so let's find all references of this. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy this. So this suppresses the movement. There's no separate one for undo, which is interesting. It's just built into the functions. When you suppress movement, I set a bool on if you also want to suppress undo and redo. I don't know why I did that, but I'm sure it made a lot of sense. At this point, it's just not going to change. So this will be ignore movement input. Ignore movement input. Hey, come on now. Jesus. So suppress and unsuppress. Why are you being so slow? What's all this crap I have open? I haven't shut down this computer in days. Kind of need OBS to be open. Don't need Slack. That can go to hell. Okay. Ignore movement input. Make a new function on ignore movement input. And these are now going to set Alright, so it's now modified movement ignored. I always hate not reusing code, so we're gonna do this. If that's true, we go here. Wait, what? Ignore movement input. These two will take the same code path. Alright. This function now exists. So here's where I say, if you rotate -x, which is a function that's called when you hit various keys or a thing on a controller, it's basically my catch-all for rotating. This is where the controller catches that, says, are you suppressed? And if not, do the rotation. This is where we're going to add a lot of meat later, but for now, what we'll do is simply add another check here. And I'm going to expand it to its own if statement because this has to expand later. This is going to be where I check, are you ignored? If so, drop, fuck the input, don't listen to it. So if this movement suppressed is false, go on. Except this isn't suppressed. If movement is ignored, go on. And then off this false is where we're going to build the queue stuff that doesn't exist yet. I just literally use that same check. Dude, my computer is slow right now. might need to take some of my funding and buy a new computer. I need to buy a Mac. So I can do a Mac build. I'm supposed to write that down. I need to buy 4K monitors. All right. Should have done that back in Black Friday. Whatever, things only get cheaper. Movement ignored. Okay. Check if movement is ignored. If not, we go to here. Okay. So those are done. Activate appendage. This would be the same thing. This isn't, before that was checking for rotation. This checks for when you click to like shift the drum from one position into another. This is just the catch-all for like whether you've clicked with a mouse, hit a button, whatever. Make sure movement isn't ignored. What are you? Input activation A. Why isn't that what I had literally before? This is activate appendage. This is a shared logic. I also check up here. I guess. Why am I doing this? For now, I'm just gonna add one more check, I guess. So I suspect this is incorrect, but if you're suppressed or if you're ignored, then this will be false. Same thing for this, which I think is a cold. Oh, this is the released, so that's click, and then this is when it got it. Yeah, yeah. Okay. That's fine. This is disconnected. Okay. So now we're checking for both of these to be 0. I don't know why that was. Don't do that. All right, now to do the thing. I think for the undo and redo system, I already have the idea of, like, there's already an enum that is the input, so I suppose I just saved what the input is. And something called, like, queued input. This might not be that hard. Because, like, I already got this idea. Maybe I make, like, a shared function that is custom event. Store. I guess, yeah, store input. This will take whatever the input is, I imagine. Input to store. Or how about input to queue? Okay, so now there's a variable. Yeah, and then every time. So this is just the stuff that says like if you hit the up button on something, determine based on the camera's direction which way you're actually rolling relative to the character. That's what all this madness is. This is the actual input. That's when we've determined that you want to rotate in -X. First, make sure it's not ignored. Then make sure it's not suppressed. If it is suppressed, let's cue the input for later. Maybe we should call it store. No, cue's right. Cue's right. Rotate -X. Yeah. I already have this from the undo system. Got a lot of stuff in this game, man. Right. So this is gonna be easy. I don't know why I was afraid. +X. This is gonna be a fucking nightmare later, you'll see. There's gonna be like a billion tiny ass bugs. Rotate -Y. Which means you go wrong, -X. +Y. Okay, so this is going to store all of the movements. Let's store the appendage stuff. Interesting, you can switch tracks even if you're in the middle of a move. That's probably terrifying. There's nothing that stops you from doing that. I should look into that later. Can you switch? Might be a bug I didn't know about. Alright. So why is there... What calls you? You're called here. You won't get here if movement is ignored or suppressed. So there's no need for you to be checked. Just in case. Bright red. All right. Okay, so here I actually have to do the thing. So don't check for both of these, just check for this. Why is this 2 code paths? One for left and one for... It's one for mouse and one for if you hit the keyboard or a button. And they're different for seemingly no reason. Oh, if it's a mouse, you might be interacting with the HUD and I need to do a catch. Is that the deal? Ah, yes. Yeah. Okay, fine. But then why are these two different? Ain't no reason for that. Nope, wait, nope. There. This is why. Because I have to set a bool for some reason. Unusual, but alright. So, fine. Why do I need that? case you were hovering over an actor and then you like, I see. I thought I got rid of that whole concept. No, I didn't. Okay, because you can click another character to switch to them. Okay, yeah, that checks out. That makes sense. Alright, so this has to be 2 paths. Okay. Movement suppressed. If not do that. If you click, but you're in the middle of a move because you're suppressed, Q, activate 1. I still have this legacy idea of activating 1 versus 2, but I'm not getting rid of it because I'm still not convinced I figured out the trombone's control scheme. So I will have shipped and I still won't be convinced I like it. Alright, if movement is not ignored, you can continue. Otherwise, you can ignore the click. If movement is suppressed, however, Q, input 2. Alright, where else do we use this? So that's when clicking, that's when, let's just, no, don't get rid of this. That's movement and clicking. That should be it. Okay, so now we have the idea that we're storing it off if it's suppressed. Now we have to have the idea that hold on. So I don't have multiple in the queue. Sorry, I know I'm supposed to think out loud. So I'm not sure if this belongs in the controller anymore because what I want to do is I want to have, as soon as the move is executed, it determines if it should play the queued input, right? Which means what I actually want to do is call a function to the pawn that says when the character, if the character's in the middle of a move, speed up your move and execute this move immediately after you're done. But I don't want to be able to call that multiple times, right? Because that would be bullshit. But yeah, maybe Q input actually. I mean, I guess I don't have to undo what I did. Like, I could still have this shared function because this is probably going to change as I realize what I'm going to do. And all this function does is call a function on the pawn where we'll store the next input and tell it to hurry the hell up. And I don't want to store more than one, right? Because that'd be stupid. Is chat screaming? Holy shit, there's a lot of people here. Sorry. I said I was going to focus today, guys. Thanks Thanks for the raid art stuff. I'm sorry, I was trying to focus. That's my bad, man. Cool. Welcome to the chat, people. Usually I'm chattier than this. You caught me on the one day I was gonna not be social. Do you guys want to see the game? It is why I stream. I can show you the game. I haven't broken anything yet. Whoops. Alright, Aiden. Check it out. My name is Gwen. This game is Kine. This was a solo project up until about January this year. I got 4 artists rolled onto the team. I got funded. I'm taking the game to GDC and I'm showing it off at GDC this year in the Unreal Engine booth, if you guys want to check it out. But Kine is a narrative puzzle game. Can you hear the music? That's not the right thing. No, you cannot. Kine is a narrative puzzle game about 3 machines that dream of being musicians, and so they practice music at night. Basically, you're one of these little goobers. And you're rolling. It gets harder. This is kind of like the world I'm working on. This was updated pretty recently. There's this lady out in Australia that did the, that's been working on a matte painting of the world. You're gonna see that when it pulls out. There's the world. She's been working on that. This is This is about when it starts to turn into a game. I need to fix that. Ooh, I've already broken it. Yeah. And then I would have shown you the actual game, but I broke it. That's what we're doing today, is we're breaking things and then we're fixing them. Is that a whiplash? I don't know what that means. But that is what we were doing, and usually I would hang out and I would chat a lot, but the music is being done by a musician in Boston named Mitchell Wong. He's the composer and the creator for it. And he's pretty cool. Sweet. Swing by, Litchi. You could meet me in the RL. I will be there in the Unreal Engine booth. Tired and thirsty and sad, as conventions usually go. You guys aren't gonna hate me if I just go back to work, right? You understand this is a work stream? Yeah, it's coming along, Aiden. It's about to slam together really quickly too. I'm releasing it later this year. And I mostly only ever show you guys like the very beginning parts, but it's a 5-hour game. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of game to make. But alright. Okay, good. Good, you guys are cool with it. So here we go. So, your emojis are unusual. Right. So we've already broken everything, which is interesting because I didn't think I had done that yet. It shouldn't be broken yet, actually. Did I, Yeah, well, that's stupid, isn't it? That should be there. That's probably why it was broken. I'm just gonna check and see if that works. think I should have broken anything yet. We're just adding things right now. That's gonna drive me nuts too. I added that line today. Alright, hold on. First I'm gonna make it so that line doesn't store. Because that's like a 2-second fix. Wrong thing. Game logic, level logic, level list, opening 4, 5. I just need to flip a bool in a data table. That's done now. So why are you... If movement ignored is less than 0. It's true. If movement is suppressed, go here. Wait, if movement is less than or equal to 0, then... Alright, I had that backwards. If movement is less than or equal to 0. So if movement is suppressed. Oh, you want to see what I added this week? Only I'm going to be happy about this. When you die, the whole world bounces. Can't really say it. I should get rid of that. I need to work on the death effects. Okay. Anyway. So, see, because you fall and the world just bounces you back up. So, whatever. Okay, so, oh, I also set everything to, alright, I'm sorry. I'll just show off. I had already done this, but I had to go through and finish it for absolutely everything. It's a good level in the middle of everything. Maybe just this one. So you know how things go up and down? The things that go down will, the table I set to not bounce. But you see how that has a bounce now? With a little squash and stretch when it lands? Isn't that nicer? Because before it just kind of sat down like a rock and it was stupid. Now it bounces. That's just a better game. Okay, so the controller, this is the shit I do instead of making the game feel good on a controller, apparently, because my priorities are crap. So, but we're gonna fix that. We're gonna queue inputs. That's what we're doing today. We're setting it so that if, right now, if you like hit space twice real fast, the first one will do the slide, will like do the slide for the drum. But if it takes 0.2 seconds to do that, and if you hit space again, or if you do any input again, I've just been throwing away that input, which is sloppy and makes your game feel unresponsive, apparently, according to people who play games. Fuck do they know? Hey, Codeby. What's up, Mal? Cope. Hey. So now, the temptation to socialize rather than work is extreme with the uptick of people and the I don't want to do this right now thing that's happening in my brain. But we will carry on in spite of that. We have the input queued. What I need to do is call to the pawn to take the pawn. What does the pawn want to do? Take your current... I don't think I can speed up a thing while you're in the middle of it. Let's forget about that. That's a stretch goal. The first goal is simply as soon as a move executes, execute the next one. That's all we want to do right now. So... Let's add a function. QMove. QNextMove. And all this is going to do is store a variable. I'm letting things slide. You shouldn't let your variables get like this. I've been shitty for like a while. I'm gonna make another game off this code base, and there's gonna be a fucking reckoning on this pawn when that day comes. But for today, we'll just keep piling on the bullshit, yeah? Today, we're adding an input that is queued input. Just player input. We're gonna set that. Player input, you're gonna be called input to, can I type? Have I lost that ability? Input to queue. And I know I can do this because the redo system already does this, right? Like I have a system of undoing and redoing, and all the redo system does is execute a move. What do I do for that? Where is that? This is rotate. Okay. Save, undo, redo a given input. Man, I really do want to set it so that, like, if you start mashing the buttons, you start seeing the same smear effects you get when you undo and redo. So, like, I don't know how many people know this. When you do an undo or a redo in my game, it plays at double speed. I already have the ability to speed up a movement. A movement being anytime you, like, slide a limb or do a movement, right? Like a rotation. Hey, the game takes a really long time to launch now, doesn't it? Should really probably worry about that too, huh? So, for instance, here you just kind of see the character moving. You might see a bit of a blur there. When you undo, check that shit out. Those are the smear effects I made. I made those on stream at one point. So, and I like them. I actually think they're really cool. I think if you start like mashing the button, you should start seeing that. So, but that'll be what we do if I can get this done quickly and easily. We'll start thinking about that. We should focus on just the basics, which is just this, really. Which we might even just be able to call this function. Like, what if this is just execute given input, and I don't even make it part of the, there's no reason it has to be part of the redo system, because the redo system just calls it. This determine, like, looks at the list of inputs and just says, do it. This is the function that just does it. So this should just be like, do a given input. So we can just use this. Yeah. Why the hell not? And then we'll go to like, so here's there's a movement can be a slide, like if you're sliding a limb, or it can be a rotation. Those are the only two we have, and these are the two functions that do it. Transform body each tick is the one if you were actually, I call it transform because at the time I thought I would also have the ability to just move without rotating into another square, and I cut that. But this is the logic for moving from one tile into another by rotating. And what I can say is, this is the very end. So this is the stuff that runs every tick, and this is when it's completed, it runs this logic. There's a lot here to determine like if you've fallen because you've rolled off the edge of something or whatever. But if you haven't, if you're not redoing, if you're just whatever, update the shadow. Okay, yeah, this is just art stuff. This is telling the material system where each character is. This is activating if you've rollen into something that, like if you roll into a table that should activate some kind of effect, this activates it. This is a concept that's maybe cut. And now we're getting into the things like if you're on top of a sliding platform for some of the later puzzles. Okay, so here's where we call the transforms completed. And we unsuppress movement. Don't do that. Don't update your idle animation. Stop right here. I might have to pull the sound effects in and whatever, but right here, if queued input, if there's a queued input, this is not equal to none. Come on. Do where are you? What were you called? Execute. Execute it pretty quickly. Execute the queued input. Do I have to tell you which socket to activate? Shit. Maybe I shouldn't piggyback on that system. It's making some assumptions. And those are safe assumptions for redo. Okay. I suspect I'm going to want to mess with you a bit. But yeah, if you get either one of these. Cute input. If you're told to activate, then activate selected socket. Input 1 or input 2. Where do I want you to live? Not near undo redo. Rotate, activate, maybe in between these? Sure. Okay. Transform. Alright, so this is no longer redo, this is now execute, queued input. And clear this. All right, so we have that in movement. Let's also add that to slide. So extend them each tick. At the very end, this is kind of complicated. Jesus. But I think it'll be, what is this? This is if you're sliding. Right, okay, so there's the idea that you could have pushed off of a wall and you're on an object that's going to keep sliding after the end of that move forever. In which case, I don't know, maybe we ignore your inputs still for a while. That makes sense. So, call transform completed. Do not unsuppress movement input. Instead, do what we're doing over there. If an input is queued, execute it. Don't like the bright red shiny shit. Oh, what's going on here? Blueprints don't scale well. I don't think ARC's performance issues were from Blueprint, though. I mean, I guess I don't work there, so I don't know. You can talk to the guys at Epic about Blueprint. I don't know if... I mean, everybody's got their own theories for why they move certain things into C++ and certain things into Blueprint. Obviously, this is a solo project, so it's really easy to do the entire thing with Blueprint. I don't have to worry about, like, merging my changes with anybody. I don't run into a lot of the issues that you run into, because he's totally right. Like, Kobe is right about scaling a team if you use too much Blueprint. Like, there just reaches a point where a lot of your game has to be at C++ at some point. But I mean, the vast majority of your team is probably going to be the art team and the content people. I don't know. I've been surprised, actually. It doesn't seem to be as set to the size of the team as I thought. The more I talk to other Unreal people, it just really depends on the studio. Where do you work, Kobe? Because, like, I know a lot of there are studios that use an alarming amount of Blueprint. They're just, once you start doing that, you have code reviews with Blueprint, right? You're at Obsidian. Word, dude. How are things? I haven't been following shit at all. I don't think I know anybody there anymore. Who was it? What's strange is the Fortnite team seems to use, you're right, I think they use a lot more C++, but I think like the Gears of War team tends to go very blueprint heavy from what I've heard. Oh, you've only been there 2 months? Sweet. Give it time. You're in the honeymoon phase. Of course it's great. You've been there 2 months. Everything's great after 2 months. Give it time. You'll hate. Give it time. Yeah, that's your job. You're the youngest person there, right? You're the you've only been there a while. It's your job to be starry-eyed and cheerful. I don't care. You could be working at like fucking Valve. You'll be miserable within a year. It's still work. It'll catch you. Someday I'm gonna hate working on Kine. I'm not there yet. I don't know why I'm trying to convince you you're gonna be miserable. That's a really bitchy thing to do. How dare you be happy when the rest of us are working? Everyone I know is bleeding for GDC. Sorry. Literally everyone I know is like scrambling right now because there's so much going on at GDC this year. It feels like it's bigger than E3. Maybe that's just among my friends or something, I don't know. Or maybe that's just because E3 is like tapering out. Everybody's doing Nintendo's doing their own thing, EA is doing their own thing. Yeah. And now you got like the Game Awards. E3 isn't necessarily where you hear about every single game anymore. Scared college kids. In what way? Oh, because you're only 20. Good for you, man. Later in Barada. Well, you know why they're freaking out. Have you seen the debt these days? I feel guilty. I mean, I've told this story before, but when I was at Irrational, I had, at one point I had 3 interns, and one of them came up to me at the end of her internship, and she's like really scared, and she gives me this packet. Like she's holding a packet, and she just like, what do I do about this? And I'm like, what is this? And she's like, these are my student loans. And we never opened it. She's just like, I have over 6 figures of debt. And I know, like, she went to the Art Institute, and I know her degree is crap, and honestly, like, she got that internship because of a combination of things, like her professor had friends that were in a position to force our studio to take a certain number of interns. Like, it was terrible. It was just a shitty situation. I didn't even know what to tell her. Like, in my head, I was like, maybe you should just leave the country and never come back. Because I think that's the only way to get out of student loans. Like, I don't understand. Like, I just kind of froze because I just didn't expect someone to, like, throw that kind of a horrible life thing at me. Like, and I just felt really, really bad about it. Yeah. Well, it's not just games don't pay super well. Like, I understand being... I don't know, man. Like, to go that deep in debt at such a shitty school for a degree in... I think it was a degree in illustration. Is just amazing, like, really unfocused. She just landed at a game studio. Like, we had this situation at Irrational. There's always politics in these larger studios, and especially when you have publishers involved, where you just kind of like, at some point you bend over and you take some favors from your publisher. And so we had a situation where, like, these students showed up and most of them had no interest or knowledge about games. But they went to art school, so why wouldn't they be able to help us? So they just got kind of thrown at us while we were in the middle of crunch, and they're like, here, it looks like you're busy. Here's some warm bodies, that'll help. And we didn't know what to do, so we put them all up in the kitchen. So there's just these 30 kids up in the kitchen, like upstairs, because the QA pit was full. And we managed to get rid of most of them within a week. Anybody that had ever worked in 3D in any capacity, we tried to put to work. And I got like 3 of them. And even that didn't last for more than a month. just because like it was basically like busy work. It's like, here, keep these kids entertained while we make the game. Yeah, it's US student loans. Hey, Abandoned Sheep. Yeah, I used to stream in the mornings. I should do a morning stream. Like, for people. Especially because I get a little loopy at night. It's just I usually have like... Because in January I start working with this team out in the UK. So even if I wake up at 7 a.m., as soon as I wake up, I'm like talking to them. So before I could get up before the world and I could just like have, like this is my time to play and be happy, and nobody else starts work until 11. Whereas now I wake up and I'm like, well, my audio guys are in Seattle and my art team's in the UK, so it's pretty much I'm always with one team or the other. And I'm always like being pinged or something, especially right now because we're slamming art in so fast. So I just can't stream in the morning anymore. Well, congrats, Evie. Kobe. You got a good start, man. Yeah, I feel bad because like they did, like the three I got were good. Like, well, I don't want to talk shit, right? Like they could paint weights, and I did need somebody to paint weights. That's about it. And we only needed so many weights painted. It was just, the whole situation was so gross. I don't know how these things happen. I know how it happens. That's the shitty part. It's gross. You're based in Australia working with a UK team. One of the painters I'm working with, like, so I have on my team at any given moment, because I'm working with a remote team and they've like, Rick will shuffle people around. And right now, because I'm crunching for GDC, I technically have 5 people. I've got 2 men named Andy, who are interchangeable and both fantastic concept slash modelers. As I can't keep apart who's doing what anymore. They've basically mind melded into one super Andy, as far as I'm concerned. And then I've got Rick, who's like the art director for me and like one other project, but he's like my contact. And then I've got a concept artist, primarily concept artist. Her background is like painting backdrops for film, like painting the backdrops and stuff. She's out in Australia, but I never talk to her directly. There's a lag with her because like I give feedback to Rick, who gives it to her, and Rick's in the UK and she's in Australia and I'm in America, so that does create kind of like a time lag versus the Andes and everybody being in the UK, which is if I'm awake from like, I just talk to all of them directly. Well, not really. I talk to them through Rick, but they're just so connected. That was for Bioshock Infinite, Aubrey. Well, when you got a lot of characters to paint weights for, literally, you can get there, man. It happens. I have seen Hot Fuzz. I love that movie. It's good. Yeah. No, Truly Global was definitely the animation pipeline at Irrational was like hands down. That was fulfilling because you could like, I would come up with an idea for an animation, write it down, send it to my producer, and then it would go to LA to get shot with a bunch of actors, and then it would come back to us, and I would just pick frames. Like, I want this animation from here to here, this animation from here to here, and then it would go to China to get cleaned up, and then cut, and then I would, like, it just kind of ping-ponged around the world, which is pretty fun. Every now and then there's flukes in the system, but for the most part that was pretty cool. Alright, this is what we were supposed to avoid. I'm putting the headphones, and then I'm gonna work. I'm not listening to anything, it just helps me focus. So here's what we do. We have set everything up, as far as I can tell. Now all we gotta do is call execute queued input on the player controller. So we we don't need to store this as a variable, as far as I can tell. Like if I delete this, it's gone, right? Yes. All we need to do is go to the controlled pawn. Q next move. There's no way this just works. There's gonna be a billion bugs. I'm just not gonna catch them until it's too late. Why is this taking so long? Hopefully my computer's just slow in general. No, that's not gonna help us. Here. Aw, yeah. Oh, nope, no. I've lost the ability to do things. Well, that was fun while it lasted. Can we do it again? I think I'm probably permanently locked out, right? Oh, damn. Okay. So let's figure out why that happened. Okay. On the player controller. This is gonna be fun. Whoops. Hey, Zero Hero. No, sorry, I'm not talking right now. I'm working. No more talking. We just saw a bug. Let's fix it. So, player controller. When you click. Movement is not ignored. Movement is suppressed. Q input, activate 1. All this does is cue the next move. Sets queued input. And then if you're no, this will be the extending lineage check because it was executing. It would go through. It would not unsuppress the movement input, which is important. There's a very intentional reason I did that. Right, yes, okay. So I know exactly why this is going to happen. Okay. So execute input is going to just go through and activate the selected socket. This code path is going to, at some point, suppress the movement, right? Right here. I want you to do all this without suppressing the movement. Or I want to unsuppress the movement before you do this. Which side do I want to go on? Maybe it would be cleaner. Because, yeah, both of these functions are going to do that. Okay. So before you execute a queued input, so do I want to say you unsuppress here? Or do I want to do it simply move the unsuppression before this. I think I want to do this. Okay, so that's for extend blend. Let's go to transform because you're gonna have the same problem. So whether we're redoing or not, unsuppress the movement input. Oh, everything's speedy forever from now on. Well, it's responsive. A little too responsive. Hey, Weez, what's up? It's going good, man. I'm in the middle of like a pretty big thing. I'm taking a build to GDC. I'm prepping it. I've been working a lot. It's been really fun. Yeah, it is really exciting. We'll be sharing more exciting news. Yeah, I'm in the Epic booth. They're gonna make... I'm not allowed to talk about certain things yet. I will tell you I designed a t-shirt for Kine. People saw me doing that at one point, so... There might be t-shirts somewhere. I don't know, we'll find out. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know why I'm so jazzed about that. It feels so real. Got fucking merch. Yeah, man, merch. Shh, don't tell people. There's like 25 people here. We're fine. Yeah. I don't think you guys are gonna go like call in Kotaku. I don't think Kotaku gives a fuck. I'm glad you're hyped for the merch, Cowhole. Yeah, it's been a hell of a year, man. I'm like... I would be really, really excited if I wasn't like too busy to be excited about how well things are going. I'm also kind of terrified. You thought it'd be Kine is from Greek? No, it's I call it Kine. I just pronounce it the way it's spelled. But the yeah, what else was I gonna say? Yeah, it's just a really exciting time. It's basically surreal. Someday I'll step back and I'll just like breathe and appreciate it. But not until we finished getting this to look and sound good. So, it looks like this will set the cute input back to none. It looks like... Oops, that was the wrong thing. So I set should override move duration to 0.1. When you're done, that should be set back Like, should override move duration should be set back. Let's find that. Like in here it should be. Yeah, it gets set back. So I guess I am confused. Why is it permanently fast? Let's take a look at it as it plays, shall we? Why are you here? This never gets set to false. But it should be. Like right here. You should get set to false. Oh, no, you never get set back to false. This only runs if you're redoing or executing. Huh. Okay, well, why aren't you set to false always? Any reason? Yeah, there could be times. Fuck. No, why aren't you set to false always? I used to have the idea of like stringing together a series of undos and redos, but that's gone. There's no reason you shouldn't always just default back to false when a move completes. Yeah, I mean, I've done it a couple times, Louise. I think that's what it really comes down to. Honestly, the hardest one is the first one. Like, where you're at is like the hardest part, right? Like that first gig, the first job, it's always the hardest one. Once you get that, it becomes a snowball, and then in a way, like, it's still stressful. The stress just changes. I don't know how to explain it. Because now there's like expectations and stuff. I guess I could dive into that more if you're curious, but yeah, like in my opinion, like the kinds of stresses I tend to feel, and the kinds of troubles I have when talking to people, like for funding or talking to people about getting these opportunities, like showing your game in a booth, the conversations I have are so different from the conversations you have. Because the conversations you have are, you've never done this before. How do you think you can do this? You probably can't do this. Like you're in a different spot. You know what I mean? And then once you've gotten, but on the other hand, how to explain it? Like, there's opportunities that are only available to either students or people who haven't made a game before. You know what I mean? Like, that I can't pursue. And sometimes the frustrations are like when I went off to start this studio, Chump Squad, there's a lot of opportunities I can't take advantage of because like they're opportunities that are meant to help to bootstrap people who are very early in their career. How do I explain it? And you can't ever feel bad for like not being able to take advantage of them, but it can feel like I have friends who are feeling the pinch right now, right? Because they've kind of been struggling for a long time, and if you've struggled for a bit and you haven't made a hit, people are like, ooh, he had a shot and he failed. Well, we're done. Like, it's a lot harder. In a way, it's harder to get getting your second game funded if your first game wasn't a breakout knockout hit is actually really difficult. And I know people who are in that situation. I know loads of studios that like close after their first game, even if their first game was successful, for like a billion reasons. People can't come to congeal on the second idea. You're always way more excited about your first game. Usually you form a team around a game for your first game, and then it's like that ships, and then you're like, oh crap, now what? And you're stuck in like this really sad, depressing phase that's difficult. It's like really difficult to describe to people who haven't been through it, where you're like, no matter how your first game went, that time in between your first game and your second game is insanely stressful, because either you're expected to live up to those expectations but not given any support because people are like, what, you were successful, why do you need help? Or you get like or you're on the ropes and everyone knows it, and then publishers can totally take advantage of you, right? Because your first game wasn't a hit and everyone knows you're probably like have no money. You're circling the drain, and you do get in this trap where you get really jealous and angry of like, because every year you look at the award shows and there's always an award for like, oh, this is a like the first game the studio has made, and you'll never be able to take advantage of that a second time. And if you didn't hit hard your first time, then that sucks. There's just a lot of shit like that. So the stress, but you can't complain too, right? Because then it's like, but I know loads of people. I mean, the fact that your first game was successful, doesn't mean your second game will be successful. You can see examples of famous people that have like had trouble with that, and you also just have issues of if you're. I can't tell you which one was worse because The Flame and the Flood was like kind of not very good. Like it was definitely a flop when it came out. So I'll tell you like, the sympathy and pity of your peers is not like as much of a comfort as you would hope when you are looking for contract work because you can't keep your studio alive. It's easy to get pretty low. The first game I worked on sold 400,000 copies. It was still deemed a failure to publishers. It was super indie. The game was made with like $1 million. I know you're in AAA. I know you work for Obsidian because you just said it was only a $4 to $5 million to make that indie game. Oh, that's adorable. People don't understand how the spread of indies. It's amazing. Like there's people who were just begging and scratching for 60 grand right now, Kobe. You have no idea. And then there's the other side of it who are like, how could you possibly make a game for less than 4 mil? Oh, the game cost 1 mil and made 4 to 5 mil. That's still pretty not bad. Anyway, more than not bad. Like 1 mil is actually a difficult one to get funded. I think a lot of historically, you'll see a lot of publishers in the indie space that'll go up to about 500,000. And then they'll cut off, and that's maybe like your Devolvers, indie publishers, whether they're famous or not. are kind of like that range, and then you'll see people who are in the like the many millions range, but you don't really get a lot of like the 1, 2, 3 million range funding. Like that's hard funding to find. Just because the economics of it, like there's a certain amount of, if you work for a large publisher like EA, they're going to put a certain amount of marketing dollars into a game. So it has to be, like if you think about the math, like the game has to be capable of making a certain kind of return. So they just won't make a game unless it costs a certain amount, because that's how much it'll take to make a certain kind of return in their mind. And it becomes a weird thing where that there's a little hole right there around 1 to 5 mil that's like difficult to get funding in. Well, less than that. Like if you want over 500,000, you're going to rapidly hit problems until you hit about 5 mil. In my experience. The funny thing is when you go to a publisher and ask for funding, you need to ship the game and they don't take you seriously because they think it's too low. Well, it's your actual burn rate. Yes. That is a thing that definitely happens. Generally, you have to position yourself very carefully and say it's finishing funds, and they'll respect you more if you're like, look, I'm close to the end, I just need finishing funds. And I expect to like a better percentage because of this. That's kind of like how you negotiate that, even if it's kind of a little bit bullshit. Mike Rose has been posting some eye-opening stuff about budgets, plausible returns, and stuff. Yeah, I followed him. Or I've been following him for a long time. I haven't seen what he's posted lately. He's a smart dude. To me, the crazy one is like Alan Hazelden will just post spreadsheets with like his returns. I know that's like, those are just lower budget games than I think some of the people in the chat are used to, perhaps. If you're from like Obsidian and stuff. No, if you just need finishing funds, you should not be giving 65% to a publisher. This is a pretty eye-opening visual. Do you think this is going to change, though? I mean, this is just a thing that's happening right now, is that influencers are playing fewer games. That's true, but first off, let's really break down this. He's only looking at the biggest YouTubers and streamers. How is that defined? Yes, the biggest YouTubers and streamers mostly are going to be competitive League of Legends players, right? Or competitive players in a handful of very specific esports games. So of course, the biggest ones are only going to be playing 28 games. That just is a sign that streaming is getting bigger. Not necessarily a sign that there's fewer variety streamers. I think there's more streamers overall. I think streaming is becoming more and more popular, and that's what's making these numbers change. Based on absolutely nothing but gut. I mean, I could read the article. In general, every time I read these articles, though, I feel like they tend to start with a hypothesis and work backwards. Like I saw their breakdown of the salary survey and like the language, the way they write things. It's meant to lead you to an assumption that I don't think the data always shows necessarily. But let's read through this. Fuck it. In 12 months, the top 10 influencers. Well, yeah. Fucking shit, man. Okay, so the top 10 influencers only played 28 games. Does that really surprise you? Yeah, the top 10 influencers are probably esports players that are only playing one esport. I'm actually shocked they had more than 10 games. I haven't read this completely. I've judged the article without reading it. I've just seen enough of these. Maybe that's really bitchy. I completely disagree with this, by the way, and I'm a shill for Epic, so I'm going to say it. I think the idea of allowing variety streamers to put a link in their chat and get a cut of profit from selling a game is brilliant, and it's going to encourage variety streaming because everybody wants to be somebody who sells shit on the internet now, or like we're in a gig economy, everybody wants to be famous on the internet. I think it's an interesting strategy. It's one of the more interesting. It's simple and it's interesting, and I'm kind of excited about it. I think Epic has proven they have a pretty good handle on what people on Twitch want to see. Did they misuse the long live the X thing in the title? What do you mean? Long live the influencer. Yeah. Isn't the streaming market larger from 2016 to 2018? Exactly, Port Punky. This is definitely forming an opinion I disagree with. I mean, I don't have all the data in front of me. I just don't trust these articles. I've seen them be wrong so much. People tune in for the personality most of the time, not the content, in my opinion, immaculate. At least for the variety streamers. I don't think they're tuning in, like, obviously, right? If somebody's just booting up a random ass game, then, like, if you're watching somebody who's just booting up a random game each time, then no, they're not watching for the game, they're watching for the streamer. If you're watching a competitive esports player, then you're playing because you're watching them because you're really into that game. So that's like maybe a different thing. The Twitch game store, you can quickly find the game on there from viewing it. Yeah, I thought Twitch was going to do this too. That's a good point, because I thought Twitch at one point said that they were going to have a storefront and they were going to give streamers a cut of the profits from selling through that storefront. No, it's a Discord thing? I'd swear, like, I thought Amazon was gonna, like, I was drinking with Amazon, which is simultaneously, like, all business happens at a bar, and I'm a lush, apparently, and I never remember anything. So I've got, like, fragments of memories about this being a thing that they wanted to do at one point. My concern with the affiliate link is that they might lead to some shady critical footage or weird pressure on the percentage from the devs. Maybe. I'm less concerned about it, and the reason is that I'm used to giving up 30% to Steam anyway, and then 5% to Epic, and now on the Epic storefront you give up what, 11% to Epic, and then some amount to a streamer if they make a sale. I mean, that's the one thing to remember. If you get a sale through the storefront, no streamer gets a cut. You get all the money. But if somebody follows a streamer link to buy a game, then the streamer gets money. And in my mind, that makes perfect fucking sense. Like, that's a sale you would not have gotten probably without that streamer. So to me, that makes sense. Do you think it'll lead to pressure from the devs? I don't know. I'm going to ask Epic a lot of questions at GDC. I'm demoing the game in their booth. They're going to be stuck with me, so I'll ask. It's definitely high on my list. It's anecdotal, but I know that circa 2013-ish, getting a video from Total Biscuit about your game basically assured sales, and that doesn't happen anymore. Not related to Total Biscuit's death. I just mean that there doesn't seem to be a big spike in sales from YouTube now. Yeah, that's been pretty proven. I think my friend Joe Mirabella did a talk on that here. Like, he just basically showed, like, famous streamers and there being no spike for, like, all of his games. One of my friends threw up at an Epic guy at an Epic GDC party. The Epic people drink a lot. That's a fact. They're great. I do enjoy them. My liver does not. I'm getting older. I have to come up with a strategy. I probably won't drink till Wednesday, and then it'll be like one drink a day until Friday or something. I don't know. You know, poor Ponky has a point though. Like, I bet that Epic guy remembered your friend. It's, you know, it's a way to leave a mark, in a way. I've always felt that devs, the store, and the streamers should share profits on sales and derivative works. Basically, I feel devs should get some of the back-end ads from videos made using their game. Oh, interesting. I don't know. I just think that just gets really complicated. I don't know how to do it. I mean, you see situations like that from like the NFL, right? Where if you show NFL footage, you have to pay NFL kickbacks, even if you're just commenting on it or whatever, or you can't. I don't even know. There's like some things do that. Hair melt. Just drink tea. I don't think the doing drugs at E3 stuff happens so much anymore. Wow. I don't know. I haven't been to E3 with Epic. In truth, I do know their last party was pretty insane. That's fair. Those aren't the devs, though. Those are different people. The devs will be at GDC. Yeah, Noguri. Epic had a very good year last year. I don't think that's a secret. Pretty sure I read that in Gamma, like, everywhere. Kobe. I had my first drink in the industry too, because I graduated pretty young. I didn't start drinking until, like, me starting to drink and me joining the games industry happened on, like, the same time. It's a very good time. Alright, let's, I don't know Twitch's policy on substance abuse. Oh, I guess it's legal now, huh? Kinda. I don't know. Decriminalized? You tell people you're Mormon? Poor Punky, can't you just be like, I'm a dad? Be like, hey, do you want a drink? You'd be like, I'm a dad now. They're like, oh, you're basically dead. That's fine. I feel like that's over. Fun is over for poor Punky. Later, Kobe. Well, technically there's a lot of substances you can abuse, Noguri. I mean, it just depends, right? You can drink too much alcohol, you can have too much sugar. Nutmeg, sure. Robitussin. I don't know, whatever you do. You do you, man. I don't judge. That's the point. I don't judge. You can get high by eating a couple of jars of nutmeg, you know? I'm just gonna not believe you and not try it. And we're just gonna assume that you're wrong. Got some nice rim lighting. Is that me? Nice. Got a new lamp. It's making me look real angelic. Cool. Lamp. Oh, Jesus. Alright, I'm gonna let you guys continue this conversation. Well, I wrap up what I'm doing real quick, because I feel like I'm pretty close, and then I'll test the game a bit. And I think this actually happened, and it happened pretty quickly, which is amazing. But there's certain things, like I want to hear sound effects. Maybe I actually want to do all of this. Like, is there any reason not to just do all of this? Like, what if... I mean, if we're just... Okay, hear me out here. What if this goes into a sequence node? Goes there, just to be cleaner. It then goes here to update the material system, and then it executes the next effect. Because there's no reason not to stick this at the very end if we're just going to unlock and then relock you. Right? I think I can get away with this. Maybe. We'll find out. This could be a terrible decision. Transform. So rather than splicing it in, because it turns out there's no reason to do that. Oops. Play the sound effects, do everything you were gonna do. Let's do the same thing here, just for parody. Let's say that you go here. You're the animation and sound effects system. You are executing the next move. You go here. You go here. Okay, animation, sound effects, material system, and then execute the next move. And because it's here, yeah, if you're progressing to a slide, you just don't do this part. I like that. That should work, theoretically. Possibly. Maybe. Oh, I hit a breakpoint, and it's behind the screen. God damn it. Oh, interesting. What if you move Q'd and then you undo, right? Like... How can I prove it? Yeah, that failed, but I can't prove it to you really easily. I could have to move... Why'd that do too? Something's happening, right? Yeah, so like, what am I trying to say? If you move and it fails, scrap whatever's in your undo queue. I need to do that. So like if you're, say you're doing a transform body, whatever. If a move was failed or undone, in this instance, clear the queue. Set queued input to none. Oops, shit. Same thing for... Yeah, the whole game is in Blueprint, Docky. Boot up Kine and Proton. Oh shit, Port Ponky. You could test the GDC build, man. That's the one up on Steam right now. It's gonna lock you out after 20 minutes. So, see how far you can get. It's gonna delete your save. You could have played the whole game before. But it's cool it's working on Proton. I actually don't know much about that. I know that's the one thing that Steam is doing that's kind of interesting, is their Linux stuff. Like, the only reasons, like, I can't... People tell me it's interesting for various reasons and that I should probably look into why more. Yeah. Oh, that's right, yeah. We'll be hanging out. Alright, let's test this. What the hell? Oh, yeah. You can move pretty damn fast now. Doesn't feel good though yet. Like there's just something... It's because if you hammer the keys, the second one is the one that hurries up. I wish if... You can't modify the speed halfway through. So the first move will always take 0.2 seconds, even if you immediately start spamming. Maybe that's fine. I might just be... This is a huge upgrade already. I should probably be happy. Yeah, come to the dark side, Docky. You could be working like us, man. Blueprint's the best. Definitely helps if you know how to program, though. But even if you don't, worth a shot. It's a good way to learn. So I'm like not upset about that. So let's take a look at some stuff. Hold on, let me delete about 40 emails. Spam. Where's my list of feedback? Okay. So queue inputs is the most important thing. Make the restart level button a push and hold because players are going to accidentally hit it on the controller. Alright. Well, fine. I mean, yeah, that's probably reasonable. Like, should you have to... Oh, God, we did that at the Molasses Flood. Oh, God. Do I need to add, like, an animation on the restart of some sort, maybe? So the idea is... I don't know why I'm so pissed about this. You just give everybody keyboards. Alright, so if you restart a level... You think you should have to push and hold this? Because right now you can just push it. I think that's actually a TRC on the Xbox too, now that I think about it. I think that's why we did it, the Molasses Flood, is restarting should be a push and hold, because Microsoft says so. So, I think I have to do this no matter what. Is it TCR or TRC? I don't remember. Nobody in chat corrected me, did they? No? Okay. Just make restart push the initial state. Wait. Oh, God. So that people can undo the restart. Oh. I mean, that's not that hard, but then you're... Like, I save everybody's undos to the save file for reasons. I don't know why I do that. So, theoretically, your undo... Like, your save file could explode. Guess there's no reason. TCR. No, Port Punky, I'm not going to do that because it's weird. Because undoing a restart is weird. It's weird. It's a weird thing that you guys do. I mean, it's cool, but it always confuses me. Like, a restart should just nuke. It's top tier. It's weird. You guys have this idea of how things should be. Yeah, I know. I love Steven Sausage Roll. Like, I love it, but I didn't realize you could do that in Steven Sausage Roll. The entire time I played it, I never did that once. The idea to undo a restart. Thank you, Immaculate. It's weird. No, we're gonna keep it being a nuke. Kibosh. So yeah, what was the problem with it? And that doesn't change the fact that Microsoft is still gonna get frowny face if we don't, I think their actual TCR is that, like, anytime it's a, what do you call it? I don't know what that is, to be honest. Polypi Dolphin supports any weird, complicated situation. Port Punk, the other thing is, none of the puzzles, well... Okay, so some of the later ones are kind of long. But they're not, like, long. No, they're pretty long. I'm not... No. 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 I don't... We'll talk about that. We'll see if the gamers want that. I think that's just something your community does. I think that might be groupthink at this point. There's a lot of ideas in that particular pocket of your friends. Alan Hazelden and shit. Oh, you don't know if it's TCR? Oh, it's both. Is that why I messed up? One's Microsoft and one is Sony. That sounds about right. I have stories that I can't tell you about that. Alright, I'm debating what it should look like. If it should be a bar that fills up, or if it should be a bar that fills in a circle around a button. Like, if you push it, it should show the button pushing down, and then probably a red circle coming around it, and then it should flash, right? Red? Some color. Do we have to do this one? This one's stupid. Let's do that one last. Alright, the camera stick controls are crap. From playing first-person shooter games, I want to use this. I don't want to use the bumpers. It needs to be faster. A quick push to the left or right should always rotate 90 degrees rather than shift slightly. That's easy. Maybe a toggle between control modes. No, not doing that. Okay. Yeah, well, this is reasonable. I can do this. Okay, so for the camera, I agree. Okay. Trivial. So I've already set this up. I already have the idea. I scripted this up 2 days ago. Some point in a blur. Yeah, it's right here. So if you rotate, right now there's a dead zone of 40 degrees that you have to get through. So I'll just change the dead zone. So if you flick as little as, do I want to, sorry, I'm debating if I want to change the dead zone independently on the controller and the mouse. Because right now they're the same. No. Change it for both. That's fine. Okay, so we're taking the dead zone from... Now if you rotate the character... If you rotate the camera at least 10 degrees, it'll continue rotating 90 degrees in that direction. That's what I just did. That's so easy. Let's feel it out. Let's see if this is... So like... Maybe for the controller I should make it as little as 0. Because like for the mouse I might want to look around a bit. Yeah, alright, I'm just gonna change this so that like, if you, let's change it back to 20, -20 for the mouse. This is about to get complicated. Do I store anywhere on here if you're using mouse or controller? No. I'm gonna have to grab it from the player controller. Get is, what am I doing here? Get player using controller. So this is a bool that's set if they're using a controller. Right. So what I'll do is I'll have this select. This is getting hinky. Alright, so if players using controller is true, 4, otherwise 20. Use that down here as well. And you'll be -4 and -20. Yeah, Docky, the back button backs you out to the level select screen. It's already got a purpose. Can you see the angle in radians? Gross. No, I cannot. Deal with it. That's how we lost Port Punky. Alright. Alright. Mouse feels the same. Done. Alright, controller needs to move faster. Is that the next one, I think? Needs to be faster. Yes. Okay, well that's doable. That's trivial. That's a bowl. Or sorry, that's a float. Right? Where's my speed? I'm on the wrong thing. Camera. Speed. So let's just... I guess take this from 90 to 110, and this from 120 to like 140, and see what that feels like. That does kind of feel better. Should be even faster. I feel like the up. This feels like it should be faster. Is that the yaw? That's the yaw. I think that feels pretty good. I don't ever use controller. Feels right to me. Okay, that's kind of fun. I'm glad I did that. It's kind of absurdly fast though. I'm worried people are just gonna like fat finger the button. Like, what if you do that by accident? Would that be frustrating? Oh, people are probably better at this than me. Just divide by pi, multiply by 180. Thank you, white space. I usually fast. Oh, wait. How can you watch multiple streams? Though I guess watching a stream is pretty boring. Usually I'm doing something while somebody streams, so that's fair. The press have been gushing over the 8-Bat soundtrack. Do you think that bodes well for Kine? Probably not, man, because nobody writes anything for this, like, twice. I don't know. I don't care. 8-Bat looks sweet. I'm pretty jazzed about that. I have no idea what the press thinks at any given moment. I don't even know what the people think. I'm personally, I don't know, man. I hired a company to help me get like line up interviews and shit for yeah, you're not the first to make that joke, Docky. I hired a company to help me get interviews and stuff at GDC, and so far they've like, I feel really really bad because they lined up like they're still working on it, but it's GDC this year is like a really bad time to be trying to get any kind of press, just because everybody knows the major consoles are making a lot of announcements. Like the Microsoft keynote, the Google keynote, Monday and Tuesday are going to be shot. The press are going to be scheduling interviews for the major consoles after that. I don't know if Epic is news. They don't tell me anything because I'm a leaky faucet. But if I imagine they probably have something to announce too. I feel like at home. So like, the GDC this year is, there's just a lot of news, so there's no way I'm getting any press. Kind of like, I'm kind of just having to come to terms with it. The company, I think they wanted to like make me feel good, like they were getting me interviews. So what they got me was like, keep in mind, GDC is the busiest week of my year. I schedule every hour of it, and they gave me these interviews that are honestly really meaningful, right? But it's like a company that's looking into how to, like a non-profit that's helping autistic kids. And they got me an interview with them, and what that's supposed to be is they're gonna help me make the game better for autistic kids. And I mean, that's great, but like I'm paying a marketing company to help get me press for my game, and I feel really bad because I don't want to be a bitch about it, but it's like I can take this call any other week than this week, and I cannot do this in this week, and I can't be paying you to give me work like I'm paying you to give me press. And it's just brutal right now. Like I don't know how to get, the marketing side of things I don't have figured out. Like I like streaming, like right now this is fun, and I like a lot of this kind of stuff sometimes, but I don't like doing it all the time, and I don't think I can really be like a personality. I don't have really strong stances on things. I'm not gonna get mad on the internet. Like I'll never be a fucking personality. I'll never get like that kind of a shit. And I don't see any way to get press because they're unknowable, really. My only angle has always been like be really good friends with the platform holders, and don't get me wrong, that's gonna pan out, but that's also heavily locked. You like it, Shuttleworth? Thanks, man. Check it out. I gotta make some like videos and shit. I gotta start promoting the game because we're launching late this year and the art's starting to come online. Make an announcement after GDC? Well, the thing is, like, the whole point of, like, I'm showing the game at GDC, right? So you want to, like, give somebody the controller and be like, here, look at all these people playing this game. Look at the fanfare. Here's a controller. Let's talk about it. Although, I mean, I can always, like, follow up later, but you don't have, like, the press. You have to give them something to say, you know? They can't just be like, hey, have you heard of this? This is not, like, a thing, right? You have to be like, oh shit, this game just announced, they're coming out on this and this date, you know? Like, they have to have, like, a hook of some sort. A reason to write an article. I don't have that, really. Or you have to give them, like, a trailer. Oh, no worries, man. I hate doing video. I mean, that could be the thing. Like, I could just come out with, like, baller-ass trailers. That could be my shtick. But that's really time-consuming for me. And it's time you're doing that is time you're not making the game, you know? I mean, all of it is. Yeah. I don't have this part figured out. That's, like, the most important part. I'm not gonna lie. I have it figured out maybe for Kind, but not in the long term, really. Oh shit, you listen to my podcast, Docky? Groovy, man. I do really love doing that podcast. That just comes down to like time and stuff. You know, the one I'm doing this weekend I'm really like excited about. I got there's sort of a backstory there, but like a tweet got retweeted by Rami, and then like Rami and Jason Schreier kind of like had a back and forth thing, and I just went off Twitter for a couple days, and then I pinged Jason Schreier and apologized and got in a conversation with him. And anyway, he's gonna be on my podcast. We're gonna record it tomorrow. What day of the week is it? Saturday. It's Thursday right now. We'll be recording that over the weekend. So I'm pretty excited. That's kind of cool. I've never, like, how do I put it? I hate and fear the press, but that's probably bad, and I should probably get over that. That's like a hangover from AAA, when like the press were these terrible people that would try to get you fired or leak your game or ruin your life in some way. They were like, when you're in AAA, you're not allowed to talk to them and you kind of fear them. Oh, cool, Daki. Yeah, I don't know how people found that podcast. I really do enjoy it. Which ones do you like? The ones where like, do you like it when we do interviews? Do you like it when it's just me and like Chris hanging out? We talk about it sometimes, like we're not quite sure the direction to take it. I really like just hanging out with Chris, but Ducky, you play. I've been watching you on the Discord. You play a lot of games, man. You like both? Sweet. Yeah, I like both too. I wasn't sure if we should like brand them differently or something, or if like people would feel that they're super different. I do feel like lately it's a side effect of Chris being tired and me having like a lot of people I really enjoy on the podcast. I've just been constantly talking over him and I feel bad. Like he's struggling to get a word in edgewise. I talked with Chris and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna shut the fuck up for like at least one podcast. Not this one though, but soon. It's coming. Or I'm just gonna shut the fuck up for a bit. You like both, but you prefer when I have a third. Groovy. I caught your stream the other day, Patrick, by the way. I don't know. I creeped on you for like 20 minutes while I was working. That's what Twitch is. It's opt-in creeping. Yeah. Nah, I miss those ones. Like a lot of... Were you there back in the old days? Like in the beginning of the podcast, it was like... Chris was like my fucking therapist. It was brutal, actually. There's a whole series that you guys don't know about yet. That's like, it was his idea. I was really frustrated. It was started when I was, So I started working on Kine and I knew I wanted to make it and I pitched it at work and it was kind of shot down several times and I was getting more and more frustrated about it and I started talking to Chris about it and then we started recording me talking about it to him and him interviewing me about that, and then that turned into like me exiting the company and trying to find a way to do this. Like every time you hear about a founder leaving and like these fights between people that start companies and shit, it always ends like really bad. Everybody hates each other and like, but all of us are super, like we're friends and we all wanted to stay friends, but it's one of those things where it's like, I really wanted to make Kine and they really wanted to not make Kine and they really wanted to make this other game and I really didn't, kinda, because I really wanted to do this. And they really didn't want me to leave, but I really kind of felt like I had to, and I really didn't want them to buy out my shares, but they had the right to do that, and then we didn't agree on the price of the shares, and it just gets really ugly even if you're friends, but we managed to somehow pull it off, like we're still friends and we're still chill, but it was stressful, man. And like I just recorded all those conversations with him, and the conversations about pitching Kine and all the twists and turns. There's like a secret podcast. Every time we missed a week, there was a reason. We were just recording a different one that we're going to launch someday. Theoretically. He says he's going to stitch them together at some point. But I'm actually curious, because at the time I was just so in it and angry and sad or whatever that like I don't actually remember a lot of what I was saying. No, yeah, I mean it's cool. Like and I'm so excited for them and they're so excited for me. We managed to somehow end it in a way where nobody feels like they got what they wanted, but we're still cool and friends, which is hard. But Forrest, like my co-founder Forrest, and all those guys are like the nicest people, and like I don't know, none of us were willing to end it in bad terms. I mean, we still kind of got mad for a bit, but it all panned out. Like, we're still cool. Yeah, it was his idea. I don't have the good ideas. He was the one, especially because I would never be like, let's record a podcast and you do all the work. He was kind of like, Gwen, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna record this. I'm gonna make a thing out of this someday. This will be a thing I do. Just like, all right, cool. So all credit goes to him. He's crushing it. I actually love what they're doing out there in Santa Fe. Like the art installation thing you walk through that he's working on. You should check that shit out. Like they're building one from Denver right now. It's like got VR in it. It's got like that was just wild. That was a wild day. The stuff that they're doing over at Meow Wolf. Ouch. I'm sorry to hear that, Taki. Is my dev stream wrapping up? Nah, man. Nah. We're just getting started. I'm just being real lazy and really stretching it out with the talking too much. You know what we're gonna do? What was the thing I said we weren't gonna do earlier? Oh, fuck. I still don't want to do that. Oof. Oh, fuck. Alright. Well, ooh, here's one we could do. No, we're not doing that. I disagree. Nope. Okay, so just because we can doesn't mean we should. Alright, so to restart a level, it should be a button push and hold. I know how to do that technically. I can add a timer. I can add an animation to the button that starts and stops. The real question is what I want the button to look like. Because I haven't really locked down the look of this. Like I showed you guys earlier, we're gonna try to jam this in tomorrow. Right now, the UI I've mocked up is down here for the controller. And it looks like this, and I want it to look like, I want it to be kind of like have a framing element and have some stuff in it, and I want the backing out button to look different. So I basically like drew this super fast for my artist, and they're gonna do this but better. Like here's what I want. I want 3 buttons here, and I just kind of drew it. And I was like, give me this but better. It's like, we can give you exactly that but better. That seems right. So we kind of like hash that out in a conversation. But that means that the restart button is going to become a square. No, it's not. No, because that's the back up. So that's the back button. This is the restart button. Crap. Well, it can't. All right, do we want it to be a circle that fills from bottom to top, or do we want it to be a circle that fills around like the way we did the molasses flood? I hate this entire idea, but we're gonna do it. All right, so stop bitching. Okay, so yeah, it'll fill like this. I don't know how to do that. I legit don't know how we did that. Forrest did that. It was like a pie. How the fuck did he do that? How did he do that? Is there some concept in Unreal I don't know about? Because I haven't... Is there literally a thing? The fuck is a circular throbber? Other than a terribly misnamed object. Oh, what the fuck? Gross, what are you? I don't want your throbber. The throbber can go. What the fuck is a throbber? I don't like it. No. It's gotta be like an image that you manipulate, right? Like... I mean, I could see it if we have like a black border. Well, we already have the idea of when you push a button, it shrinks. Yeah. I think I know how to... No, I don't. Nope. No, that won't work. Fuck it, maybe we fill it up bottom to top. Let's see what you guys are saying. He ended up doing 3D fill as a helix pushing through the camera near clip. Oh, that's clever. Please don't do that. Fair enough. Sorry, Immaculate. You thought this was a family-friendly stream? I curse constantly. I can't stop it. I need to. If I'm ever gonna be like, I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Are you running into weird UI scaling issues? Not yet. Have you run into that, Quick Flip? Because I've been fine. If you're just careful where you dock things and stuff. I did... I saw the game on a 4K TV for the first time today. It looks pretty good. I mean, there's a handful of things that I was real stupid about, like the scale of specific textures, but there's no textures in the entire game, really. Like, absolutely everything is a polygon. This is a polygon, right? Like, this is a plane with a texture drawn on it, but there's really just only 3 texture sheets for absolutely everything in the game. So, and most of them are this shit that they've just been adding recently. Like, this is a new thing. I decided to stop complaining because they're doing some good work. I've told them so long as they get their work done, they're allowed to try and surprise me. And their surprises have been good lately. This is a fun one. I didn't know this was coming. This is good. I like the silhouette it creates when you're up here too. To have that little music note against that. That's a good backdrop. It's gonna mirror this too, whenever we figure out what this looks like. But that's a secret. So the alright. How the fuck did he do it? We might have to open up the Flame of the Flood, because I'm kind of curious now. I'm sorry you're running into issues, Quickflint. That sucks, man. A radial gradient and clip it with a shader. It's not shaders. The stuff in the UMG is a layer on top of the game. Docky. The way it works in Unreal... I don't know, explain it. It doesn't run through the typical material system. It's very specific. It's actually not very good. Let's crack open the Flame of the Flood. Let's see if I still have a working editor. It'll be slow because it'll be run off my old hard drive. I don't work there anymore. I wonder if I'm allowed to stream that. I thought they'd care. But I don't want to piss anyone off. I won't open that up on stream. I shouldn't. That'd be wrong. I don't know. I kind of really like the idea. Okay, what if there's two semicircles? Yes. Okay, so I know how to make half of a circle. And if I know how to make half, then I know how to make a whole one, right? Sure, that's plausibly true. Let's try it. I think I have an idea. So we're gonna Shuttleward. What we're gonna make right now, I know I've done nothing since you've been here, is a circular progress bar. Sorry, we're gonna do the lamest thing you've ever heard of, because that's what's on the docket today. So UI. No, give me like a button. Not the pause ones. Yeah, like you'll work. So you should have. Let's take this, but you know, like, yeah. I don't want grayscale though. Let's just save this file. Save as. HUD buttons. Progress bar. Semicircle? Sure. The way I'm about to do this could be the dumbest imaginable thing. Don't do what I'm about to do. I'm just doing it because I can't think of a better way to do it. That's all. Like, you deserve better, but I don't know how to do this in real life, so we're gonna do this like this, okay? I think I've said many times, this is not a stream for learning. And if you want to learn, go to school. All right. Okay. Why do I still see through this? That's not promising. I dislike that I can see through this. Okay. Well, whatever. Sure. So let's say we have a progress bar and it looks like that. And also the alpha looks like that. And because we'll just figure out the color and engine. Okay, so let's say we have this, maybe. Yeah, I know. I think I know. No, I don't know if I know how to do this. Okay, so progress bar semicircle, yeah. Let's pull this in. All right. Image. Yes, you'll be back there. You'll be progress bar semicircle at a size of 256. Okay, so you got this. It'll be behind everything. It'll be hidden most of the time. Sure. You're gonna have... How was I picturing this would work? Can I flip this? I just... Good. I'll just start there. Okay. Progress bar back. Copy, paste. Okay, we're gonna tint black. And then this is gonna rotate around, give you an animation, which is progress. At 0 progress. I guess we have to do it by time. I don't know how to fuss with time here, so add... pivot. I hope that's right. No, that's modifying the pivot. Transform. Rotation. Over 0.25 seconds. No. 0.1 seconds. Your rotation will be 180. So that's too fast. Well, when it plays... Oh no. Okay, how long should somebody hold... Okay, so somebody's gonna hold a button to reset the level, right? How long should they have to hold it? 3 seconds? So this will be half of that. So this will be 1.5 seconds. Okay, and then like We need to get rid of the lerp because that can't be doing that. That's shit. Oh, come on. Show me the stuff. Again, even if we figure this out, I've only figured out half of this. I think you've realized at this point. I just need another one, right? Yeah. No, because it's got to be on the top. Fuck. Maybe if it... Can I collapse? And there's... Yeah. Okay, wait. Okay. Wait, so... What I called... mid... Okay, so the thing I called... No. Something needs to like unhide from this. How do I get the other half of the circle? What am I missing? There's gotta be another semicircle involved here. I mean, I wish I could just change their orientation at this moment, but I probably can't. But what I can do... Okay. Alright, here's what we'll do. Progress. This is stupider than you can possibly imagine. So this will be the progress bar. 1 back. Progress bar. Yeah, 1 front. At this moment, progress bar 1 front is gonna hide. I'm so sorry. Collapsed. Only right there. This is probably stupid. Alright, so here you collapse. And then I imagine no, that was dumb. Wait, so you're back, right? Yeah. Okay. Back is gonna be called... Alright. You're back. Alright, you're mid. You're mid, you're back. Okay, and you're like... You're involved in this too, buddy. Get in here. Okay, so like... You're rotating along with your buddy. But you're rotating all the way. Fucking shit, man. Let me put a key. So you got like you got a key here. You gonna let me key you? You just above that. Sorry, is being keyed beneath you? Just like not ready for that? No, it's I'm in the wrong mode? Okay, I'm in the wrong mode. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, but except this has to go to here. And so your friend stops at 180 and you go to here, and what's missing is you're supposed to be collapsed. Why are you not? Or like hidden? You're not gonna... Just gonna be visible though. Like to mess with me. Or wait, maybe you are visible. Shit. Okay, hold on. Maybe that was working, but you're black, which is throwing off my thought process. Okay. So you go to here. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, motherfucker. That's a situation that's happening. It's happening. All right. So we got theoretically a progress bar. All right, let's modify these curves. Hey, you know what? It works. You know what? We're not gonna. This is a judgment-free zone. All right. Damn it. So, can I see the curves, or are you just like letting me know that they're there? This is a curve editor, but you know, not for me. God damn it. Oh, okay. The key was to click the curve you want. Okay, yeah, now we got over 3 seconds. This will play. Okay. Right? Right? Somebody said Uni. Thank you, Quick Flint. How long until that would be never, Rory. Why not make a semicircle the entire progress bar and add a little outline to it that shows the player? What? All right, thank you. Thank you, Peanut Gallery. I thought that was fucking brilliant. So here we are. So now we've done this. The amount of crap in the UI that is done like this, like, unfortunately, the UI system in Unreal is very, like, you just need to use C++. Like, and I'm not going to do that because I'm me. So, like, I'm not going to learn, no. So, things like the entire game hinges on me multiplying certain things by -1, for instance, and shit. Like, there's some stuff in the UI, man. That's similar to what you just saw, actually, would be the thing. Would be me just doing shit like this, is most of what the UI is. So, and that's fine. Wait, why are you continuing to go on? Oh, wait, no, bigger problem. Why? Oh, I just did scrub slowly, I see. Okay. Okay, so now this exists, right? Let's make it usually not exist. Let's do a series of things here. We're gonna check this out. We're going to... When you initialize the button and you set the size of things, can I set your size at the same time? No, I cannot. Slot is canvas slot. Okay, so could all of these have been one? Yeah, all right. I just remembered I have a friend flying in from the UK and I'm supposed to answer a call, possibly. What if I lie to Customs and Border Protection on stream? Do you think that's okay? She said she'd call me in G-chat. Oh, it'll forward to here. I'm not lying. My friend's coming to stay with me tonight. From the UK. It's just a very short visit. They're definitely not staying for any much longer than, you know, like a 1-month trip. So the progress bar. Let's finish this. Oh shit, no, she was supposed to land like right now. I'm gonna go get my phone. No, I don't. Yeah, I'll be back. Right, and we're multitasking. All right. Here we go. So, this is going to set the size. Back, front, mid. That'll set the size. Set these hidden by default. Right? Yes. Can I start them collapsed? Let's say by default your visibility is collapsed. Let's say in the animation we show you at times. So, starting to get a headache. See you later, Quick Flint. Have a good night, man. So, wait, where are we in the... Okay, so you start out visible, and you stay visible throughout. Oh crap, now I'm gonna get every... This is why I leave my phone downstairs, because it keeps like buzzing. Yeah, this is a blueprint only project. No code yet. At some point we're gonna port it to consoles, at which point there will be code. But today is not that day. Okay, so you start out collapsed, you're both made visible immediately. Okay. I don't know why there's time before 0. I didn't tell you to do that. Kinda bummed out that you did. But you know what? We're all friends here, that's fine. So that's done. Right, so theoretically this should be invisible at first. So if you let go, it should immediately stop, right? So we'll just stop it and hide it. Okay. Okay, call pressed. I already have the idea of pressed and release, and the idea that something only happens on release, so that's actually good. No, I don't though. Fuck. Oh, this is gonna be harder than I thought. Wait, no it's not. Like, there's no other time I use that button, right? Show me the player controller, the reset. How about this? Maybe this is all I have to do. So now the art update changes on... Yeah. Okay, so the logic for this is actually going to live here. And what it's going to say is, I might need the idea of undo all instant. For now, because this is going to impact whether you're hitting the R key or if you're holding down a button. How do we just do this? If the way that you're undoing all is gamepad up or top. Oh shit. I'm even worried. Sorry, my friend was supposed to be landing, like, actually a while ago. Totally forgot about it. Travel is so stressful. So if the way you're undoing is with the face buttons, I have to say, is it okay if when you're using mouse and keyboard, it's only on the release of the R button that it resets? That does seem kind of like bullshit. I might route this slightly differently for keyboard. For now, let's just get this working though. So, gamepad face button top, if that's what you're using. Actually, put this first. If you're not doing that, do this. If you are doing that, call pressed. On call pressed, add an input which is should delay or require hold. Start hold anim. Okay. And if this is true, play animation. We made an animation, right? Progress. There should be an animation called progress. Oh, there it is. Alright, my friend's safely landed and is unharassed. Hey, little shrimp. Today, it is possible to make a game entirely out of blueprints. There is no networking in this game. It's a single player game. It's a puzzle game. What I'm working on right now is I'm trying to focus. I'm not going to go into it too much, but I am currently making a button that you press and hold for various reasons, rather than just pushing a button and having a thing happen. I'm in the middle of that, little shrimp. You will see. It will all be revealed within a couple minutes when I've got it all working. But right now it's busted because I'm in the middle of making it. So if you start the hold animation, play this animation. Play it forward, start at 0, only play it once, play it at the normal speed. If progress, can I query if it's playing? Is playing? Is animation playing? I can query that branch. If animation is playing, stop animation. Also, hide these things. Set visibility. Collapsed. Sure. All right. What else do I have to do here? So this will play, that'll show, that'll stop. The logic isn't hooked up, so nothing will have changed yet, but somebody actually has to call this and set that bool. So in the game HUD, I'm actually gonna have an input here. Is press and hold. If that's true, do that. That should be false everywhere else. on the player controller. Maybe we don't need that. Probably still gonna need that later, this if statement, when I set the actual logic. But let's see if this works. Let's see if our button works. Hey guys, what's up? Alright, here we go. What's a horror movie? Oh, is it the light? It's so bright. What does this stream look like right now? Wait, why is it a horror movie? I look fine, I think. I actually like that lighting. You know, it's kind of got like a rim light vibe. Oh, I guess I should like care. Huh. Shit in the ceiling. Anyway. Look at that. Look at that button. Unfortunately, you see it the whole time. Also, it doesn't reset ever. Alright, also it's just gotta be, yeah. Alright, so couple of things. First, do you have a release date? It is later this year. Q3, Q4. You think the lighting is perfect? Let me take a look at this again. I don't know. I feel like I am only backlit. Like a good light would be like a light right here. Like I'm not, you know, like a photographer, but I'm pretty sure the backlight, like a 3-point lighting system would have like a nice, like a hot light, maybe like a warm color here. Maybe like from like there-ish. I will assemble lamps from my various sources before the next stream, and we will have a well-lit stream. I will never do that. Actually, I'm way too busy and lazy to do that. This lighting is acceptable. It does make me feel more awake, which was the goal of getting a lamp that is like, it's supposed to make me feel more awake, according to my significant other. I still miss soda. I don't have soda. The light doesn't do the same shit, man. Like, I need caffeine. But I need to also sleep at night, and whatever, it's a strategy. So here we are. Instead of soda, now we have lights that keep us awake because they simulate the UV or whatever the shit from the sun. That's what we do now. We have the technology, gentlemen and lady. Drink tea. I've found a tea that I like. I don't think it's green tea. Actually, I'm drinking it. Also because I am not supposed to drink caffeine. Basically, I stopped sleeping for a while, and it was bad. And so now I'm drinking green tea, which is fine. And I'm dealing with having headaches because I used to drink 2 liters of soda a day for a little while there. Try ginger turmeric. Yeah. Yeah, I know people like to put leaves in hot water and shit, but like, I get it. It's like all the rage. But like, leaves and roots and shit. No, it's fine. It's just a headache. I'll get through it. This is not the first time I've had to like come down off of drink. Like, this is pretty typical. I start drinking soda and then I drink more and more, and then I reach a point where it's like bad. And then I have to cut it and I'm just really, really angry for a bit. And I have 2 or 3 days of headaches. Would you rather drink mince-up pills thrown in fizzy water? I'm gonna go with a no, man. Don't think I want that. What the fuck is going on? This is why I don't keep my phone up here. You know what that was? Not important. That's why you don't keep your phone near you. It's just a thing that makes noises. So what I was doing was I was going to make it so that when this button is released, no matter what, everything hides. Right? Right? So, released. That's not it. Call pressed. Okay, when you're released, no matter what. Oh, you're already set to do that shit. Oh, but not if... Okay. Yeah, okay. So right now I'm only running this code path if the animation's playing, so if it's already completed, then it'll never run. Also, if for some reason you've lost the focus path, we'll just also stop the animation and hide everything. That'll make that go away, no matter what. So now we can see the button in action. Oh, that's what soda is? Minced up pills thrown in fizzy water? Look, man, it's delicious. I miss it already. But I've gone a full day without soda. It's been a day. Gotta drink some other shit instead. What was I working on? Right. Alright, so that's technically working. Ooh. What the hell is that? Interesting. So if you do that while you're... Like if I reset here... Oh. Oh, interesting. Is that true with R? Yeah. Huh. Interesting. So if you reset when you're in that camera... I'll write that bug. Reset while in intro cinematic. Cool. Noted. That has nothing to do with anything. So I know why that's happening. It's because of, like, I'm switching to a camera. I kind of know why that's happening. Anyway, more things to do here. So this is, ooh, first off, that shouldn't have stuck around. It's still sticking around. If the button is released, that should all hide. What if we just always stop the animation? Like, maybe it's running, maybe it's not. We don't care, we just stop it. What if we just always do that? And what if... Hell, fuck it. What if we always do them both and we do them as a sequence? Because I'm weirdly superstitious. Is there anything else? If focus is lost, if... That might have been the actual problem. Also, let's actually set this to work. So this is a 3-second animation on the player controller. When you release... okay, if this is... When you press, if this is true, start a timeline. Or... Time... Timer? Sorry, I'm starting to get tired. Set timer. Timer from an event. All right. The event you're gonna call is leave reset. Okay. Okay, so after 3 seconds, you're going to do this. If you release, no matter what, or here, let's name this timer. Promote this timer to a variable. Timer to reset level. Okay. No matter what, every time you release the button, clear timer, clear and invalidate the timer. So there. So now every time you release the button, if that timer isn't finished, it'll be killed. The timer doesn't loop, the timer executes this. If the key you're hitting is the gamepad face button top, that's all you do. Otherwise, go on. Oh no. Falsehood. This still has to happen. Either way. So this is just updating the art. So like when you press a button, like the R key to reset, it pushes the button down, and as soon as you take your finger off the keyboard, the button visually changes back again. That should happen no matter what. In fact, I think I want all of this to happen. So like, I think I want to set it. I think I want to get rid of this again. This whole concept that we added here. Let's just not. And let's say if, because Because I liked the R, the second you hit it, it happens. So if you're hitting the R button on a keyboard, unpress, just reset the level. Don't worry about it. This code path, don't worry about this code path. This is old. All that's really happening here is this. Reload the level, play a sound. In the case of, if you hit the R key, that happens instantly. If you hold, if you're using a controller, you press and you hold, and after 3 seconds it'll run. Right. That should work. Theoretically. I find it easier to just make it in, like, I don't comment the code until, if I'm good, I comment the code after I'm done writing it, because I just don't know what I'm doing, like, most of the time. I generally figure out what I'm doing after I've done it. That's just kind of sort of how it is. Not very good at stuff. I'm actually pretty good at stuff. Pretty fast at stuff. And if you're fast and you just keep doing things, some of it'll be good. So, right. This is visible, visible, visible. Mid. Oh no. I see the problem now. Front is supposed to be visible. Until here. Haha, that's why the button was looking weird. Okay. So we might have fixed the bug that was bothering me. Thanks, Spain. I'm starting to get tired, guys. It's only 8, but I think I might need to take a break after this. Stream break. I'm gonna get soda tomorrow. I don't care. I feel like a day is enough to break the habit, right? Testing the controller. Yes. So press and hold. Reset. Didn't reset. Press didn't happen. Didn't reset. Press and hold. Reset. It's kind of working. Looks like shit though. Really leaning into the looking real shitty. Yeah, that just feels way too long, doesn't it? I don't even think 2.5 seconds is enough. Like, if you're pressing that long, like, maybe it should just be 2. Let's just make it 2. Yeah, let's also just cheat this a little bit because I didn't like the, I feel like I'm seeing some gaps here. So maybe if we just like, beep. Next up, let's make this like a nice color. Like maybe What if you were tinted? What am I thinking? Our director's gonna fucking kill me. Should just use the color he uses. Hey, why did that tint? What's your deal? Oh, whoops. Wrong one. You actually have a color. Wait, what's the difference between color and tint? I don't know what to do about that. Oh, whatever. What if, okay, I'm gonna do something else that's kind of crazy. I'm gonna move this to the front on top of the button. So it goes like that. Interesting. Let's say that the bottom, later Spain. Let's not do that one. Because we don't need to do that on both sides. God damn it. Or do we? It's never enough. Am I editing the wrong side? It must be. God, I'm getting tired. No, this doesn't feel right. Is there something I'm super misunderstanding here? No matter what I do, it looks weird. Is there not? I don't understand you. Weird. Well, okay. But at the end of this, you'll be 360. At the end of this, you'll still be 180, I hope. Jesus Christ. That looks like it's right. Okay. Yeah, and I don't even think the updates earlier I was even seeing, because I don't think it's updating. So cool. Anyway, what else? Yeah, I think what I want to do is I want to have it so you press, you hold, this animation plays. If there was a timer here too. I think, yeah. What I want is I want this animation to play. Right, and then like, if you're just hitting R or whatever, the button's pressed, you update the art. If you're holding down the controller, this plays. I'm gonna start a timer by event. You're going to be 2 seconds. Button held. Complete. Then you do that. And if you're released again, here we promote you to a variable. This is the button held timer. We will clear and invalidate that. So if you release it before it's done, don't go updating the button art, basically. Bam. Okay. Well, let's see if that does it. I'm fading. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think I'm going to be here much longer. Fortunately, I think we just pounded through the list of quality of life stuff. So, if you, let's see what this looks like. Press. Nice. Getting there. Shouldn't look like that though. What should it look like? That's my beef with it. It needs to be bigger. It needs to disappear after it's done that. Hey, technically I'm the art director, right? Rick is gonna fucking kill me. Alright, let's make that bigger and thinner. Let's make it disappear at the end of the animation. Yeah. So about here, we're gonna set everything back to collapsed. Let's re-import this. Let's make it, oops, right. Let's make it slightly bigger than everything else. So whatever size everything else is, make it like and that size plus, I don't know, 5 pixels, maybe. Probably bigger. We'll just see where that goes. And this will be just for you three. We're so close. God damn, it takes a long time to boot the game right now. I really hope I just need to reboot my computer. That'd be nice. Okay, press and hold. Nice. Okay, so handful of quality of life stuff. Or just like a couple of other things that need to get done, right? Here's the biggest. Here's the biggest, is that we need to, let's make a version of this that's just slightly bigger. Or how do I explain this? Let me just fuck this up a bit more for Rick. I feel like Rick has it too easy. This is probably not a good idea. Thicker. Right. Alright. I'm probably gonna go after this. For sure. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Looks like you guys are petering out too. It's the end of the day. People got shit to do. I'm gonna eat some food and then test this game. Maybe I'll reboot my computer. And pray that this gets a little bit faster. Good night, Sapphire. That was not enough to make it look good. So it flashes very briefly. Glad you liked it, Immaculate. Not quite done yet. I swear to you, we're creeping towards me leaving any minute now. But this just has to get fucking thicker. Alright. Running out of patience. No, the thing is I can't leave this in like a mostly done state because I'm literally making the build tomorrow. So if we check this in, it's gotta be ready, right? So let's finish this before food. And rest. Let's get that button to... Let's set it so that everything else is collapsed at first. The very first thing that's shown is the black one. The blocker, basically. And then we make the others visible. So you got at least one tick of me making sure that the blocker is available. Maybe that'll help. Because I'm getting like a little hint of everything being visible. Thanks, Goofy's wife. It's good to see. Familiar faces. Oh, Vobs. I was just about to leave. This is Kind. Kind is a narrative puzzle game about three machines that dream of being musicians. Usually I demo it, but I'm like tired. Here. There's a trailer. It's going to be coming out later this year. You can't play it yet, I'm afraid. We are getting there very quickly. But we are not there yet. I'll be demoing it at GDC, for anybody that's going to GDC. Okay, you know what's left to make this actually done. We're pretty close. Here's what we need to do. We need to also have 2 more of these. Progress bar. Far back 1. That are just always visible. Wait, why'd I do that? Yes. We are so close to this being acceptable. We are almost there. That's done. Event says it's the scale. Now we put you here. This is where we make sure they're hidden again. And where's the place where we make sure? No, they're made visible in the animation. So that should do it. Now we should have a backing for the button. Oh, you'll be playing this. Well, I don't know if you'll be playing it. It'll be shipping later this year. There's no doubt about that anymore. There was never any doubt about that. But it's shipping later this year. I'll be demoing it at the Epic booth at GDC. I think I already said that. The Unreal Engine booth. I'm supposed to stop calling it the Epic booth. They have 2 booths. I think they're trying to separate their branding from between their engine and their like they have different products, right? Like they have their storefronts, they have Fortnite, and then they have their engine. And they've become big enough that they need to start, for branding reasons, kind of like separating them out a bit. Or thinking about them slightly differently. Epic is doing a lot of stuff. But yes, I was told to make sure to stop calling it the Epic booth and call it the Unreal Engine booth. Otherwise people might think I'm working on Fortnite. Oh, that's good. We're really close. Now what we need is to always make sure... For some reason things are hiding in the wrong order. Like the animation is finishing. What if no matter what, we just do another thing where we set this to be collapsed? Because it looks like that animation is really finicky. I've never had things collapse at different times before. Is it possible to pause? Can I pause an animation? Yeah, let's just do that then. Maybe stop. If I lose on Fortnite, if I work on Fortnite, I'll lose all my indie cred. I don't know. I worked on BioShock Infinite. Am I not allowed to be indie if I worked on a AAA game? Goofy's wife, am I excluded? What is indie? Oh. There's indie studios with 100 people in them now. There we go. Oh, look at that. It's pretty close, right? It's close enough that I can probably stop, maybe? Is it? Are we there yet? Oops. Right. I think I can stick a fork in that motherfucker. Oh, wait, what was that? You know there's gonna be bugs with this new shit I added today. I'm gonna go get myself into a good mental state. And I'm gonna play the game and then I'm gonna fix bugs for the rest of the night. And then tomorrow I will wake up and I will integrate the changes, those last couple changes. And then I will kick off a build and then I will send a build to Epic. If probably won't. Probably have people jam on it over the weekend. Like test it. And then on Monday I will send a build to Epic. Unless they ask me for a build tomorrow. Figure I'll just let them ask me. I'm just gonna skate along for as long as possible. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. This is actually pretty fun. I got a lot of things done. I did that entire list. That's the opposite of project management. Well, the thing is, as far as I'm concerned, I can scoot on in on Wednesday, the day or like an hour before I demo the game, and just hand them a thumb drive. If they want it earlier, which they probably should if they're logical. They can ask. I'm supposed to give it to them at some point in early March. We never really set an official date. I kind of told myself I'd give it to them tomorrow, but like, you know, it's not like in an email. It's all kind of loose. I have definitely given people a build the day before a show. Like, it's kind of understood you're gonna catch a couple bugs and be like, oh shit. Thanks, Goofy. Alright, everybody, I'm gonna roll out. Thank you for hanging out. Do you have anybody you want me to raid? Call out your friends. Excuse me. Twitch. What do we got? We got... Ooh, Outfrost or and
no, because he was like, it's ridiculous, you know, like, I thought he was like a 1600 player, but it turns out he's like 2200, I just need to know and then everybody in the comments was like, how could they insult a legend like Garry Kasparov? Like,
check out this puzzle game. What?
Yeah. That sounds totally like him. That sounds very much like Garry. That's
7
total,
seconds.
That's total Kasparov.
Alright.
5 seconds.
Alright, we're white in the first game.
Peace. Oh wait, shit,
Okay.
wait, no,
So
he's
go ahead.
gone.
So pawn.
Are you guys okay with
white in
waiting
this
so it's
game,
gone?
Okay,
and
so we're playing 2 games and we're black in the other one.
Yeah,
or
and
white?
I'll tell you the moves. So
Should check
D4,
that. Nope, he's back. Fuck it.
and
Wait
then
So which one are we white in?
we're white in the game where I've just played D4.